everyone. I hope you are having a good day. We get to start today with a Qodec puzzle. It's been a while since I've done a Qodec puzzle. It turns out it's been since July. I'm not sure if Qodec just hasn't published many puzzles or if I just haven't noticed. Both are possible. But I am happy to get to do one, even if it looks like it is going to be a set puzzle. So, as always, we start with the puzzle that has gotten the most votes from supporters who get to vote. And so in this instance, the supporters who voted for this puzzle are David, Russ, Ambrose, Luda, Paulfly, Naverio, and Woofer. So I would encourage you, I would thank you all for your support. And if you are one of the people who can vote on puzzles, we had a while where we sort of got back to all of these things. But at the moment, we are back to having a 14-way tie. So if you have a preference and you haven't voted for something, you can sway the thing quite significantly. Okay. Semi-high back to you as well, Qodec. Qodec is on a semi-hiatus. Okay. So we have normal Sudoku rules here. The red cells around box 5 are maximum cells, so they must be higher than all the white cells they border. And these are minimum cells that must be lower than all the white cells they border. That is it. So the first thing to note is, as Tristan says, this is a quite well telegraphed use of Fistemafel's theorem. And so Fistemafel's theorem says that if you take, and I'm going to do this, I think, with highlighting, if you take these 16 cells, it contains exactly the same digits as these 16 cells. Okay, and so in particular, did they finish Qodec Pillar yesterday, ELSF? But in particular, this one must live somewhere on this border. Nice. So it doesn't go there, obviously. So at least one of these cells has to be a 1, is what I like. Oh, and these cells can't be 1 either. Okay. So if I just look at row 1, actually, I don't have to use Fistemafel at all. I can just use row 1. Or sorry, row 7. Where is the 1 in row 7? Well, it's not there. It's not bigger than anything. Could be there, and it's not, again, bigger than anything. So the 1 is definitely there. And we can bring out our intern, again, Big Zach, who will help with the one dance. Big Zach has practiced the one dance a lot now. Ba-boop, ba-doop. Whoa. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wah. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wee. Ba-doop, 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 ba-doop. Wah. Thank you, Big Zach. Thank you. Zach has been training him well. Okay, so now probably I can do the same thing with yeah, Clover is an amazing solver, and setter for that matter. So now this is the only other place I can put a 1 on the Fistemafel ring for what it's worth. I can perhaps ask myself if I know anything about where 1 goes in row 3, and I think the answer is that I do, because it can't go next to a blue cell here, it can't go in a red cell, and it can't go next to a blue cell. So I think the 1 indeed has to go there, actually. So we have that, and so there are 2 total 1s in the corners, and so there's a 1 in exactly one of these. So I guess that means I have to ask myself where the other 1s go, given that I only get to put 1 in the corner. Oh, no, never mind. Sorry. 1 just has to go in the corner of this box by Sudoku. Yes, we know which box the corner 1 is in. I was very confused as to how we were going to fit 1 in these boxes, but I will leave it as an exercise to the reader to decide how I decided where we were going to put 1 in those boxes. Anyway, the 1 has to go in one of these blue cells. Okay. So I'm debating what I can do with 7s exactly. Garion believes we can use set to prove that there's only one in each box. I'll put that off for now, and if we don't find anything else, I'll dive deeper into that. Let's see. Oh, 2 in column 3 I'm now being asked about. Oh, but it has been retracted. It certainly doesn't go there, and it doesn't go any of these cells either. Because a 2 in one of these cells would put a 1 on both sides, which I can't have. So the 2 is assuredly at least in one of these cells. I wonder if I can do the same thing in row 3 to get that it has to be here. I think I can, because I can't put a 2 there. I can't put a 2 in any of these cells. So I have to go to the 2 there. And so I indeed can get that this has to be the 2. Okay. Which is kind of interesting because it means there's no 2 on these cells. What about 2 in this column? Oh, 2 could actually go up here. 2 certainly doesn't go there, though. Let's see. Okay, 2 in this, sorry. 2 can't go here. There's a 1 in the box. I'm really confused about there being a 1 in this box somehow. 2 can't go in either of these cells because the thing that would go next to it would be a second 1 in the box. 2 can't go in any of these. So 2 definitely goes in one of these 2 cells. And I bet in this row it works out the same. 2 can't go there. 2 can't go in any of those cells. And so 2 has to go in this row, and so that forces the 2 to be there. Okay, so we've got our 2s now. And now we know that there's a 2 on this area somewhere. And the 2 definitely doesn't go there, because then the 2 would put 3 1s in the box, and 3 1s is too many 1s to put in the box. So we get a 2 there, and so we need one more 2. Yeah, we need one more 2 in a thing, and it needs to go up here. Again, the 2 can't go there. So we get our 2 here. Looking at that. Okay. So now what shall we do? The given 8 interests me about something about 9s or something, but I don't know. This puzzle's from July, Tallcat. Or at least I think Tristan said that's when it was added to the bucket. Okay, so what shall we do here? So the question is, like, is there any way I can put a 3 in one of these cells? It would have to go next to a 1, but that seems okay unless it does something via column 1 and 2. Okay, what about the 7 in this box? I guess the 7 could easily go there. That is true. 9 in box 5 is quite restricted. Hey, Mixo, how are you doing? I've been doing your Liar Ubon off stream, which is a crazy puzzle. but it has been cool. Okay, so 9 needs to go there exactly. And now if I ask about 8, 8 doesn't go down here, and 8 can't go in either of these cells. So an 8 can't go here because it would need to go next to a 9. So one of these is an 8. I'm doing well, Chip. How are you doing? Okay, so one of those is an 8, which means one of these is a 9, just for the record. Okay, so the 9 is either in one of those cells or there, for what it's worth. And one of these two is a 9 as well. Yes, there are definitely at least 2 9s on the Fistamafel ring. Because whichever of these is 8 definitely puts an extra 9 kicking around. Let's see. It's 3 in this column that is maybe the hardest, because I could technically place a 3 in one of those cells, I guess. That is true. If there are 3 9s, we could place them. So the 9s in the corners can go in these cells. So if there is another 9 anywhere in the Fistamafel ring, sorry, and that cell. But if there is a 9 anywhere else in the Fistamafel ring, then I can't put one there, and so I would need to put it exactly in those cells. Is there something wrong with all of these cells being 9 that, like, breaks instantly somehow? I'm afraid if there is, I don't see it. At least not immediately. Let's see. Nine in box 1 is in one of these 3 cells. And then in box 4, I'm being asked about. I don't get it, I don't think. What am I doing with the fact that one of these 3 cells is a 9 looking into box 4? If I knew this wasn't a 9, it would help, but I don't think I know this isn't a 9. Unless, would this being a 9 cause problems? Yeah, I do know none of those are 9s. Oh, I see. Okay, I get it now. So the point is that 9's actually a line in these 2 boxes. That's really clever. Okay, so yeah, so we actually have a sort of Zackwing on 9's, where I can't put 9 in column 2 in either of these places. And so, in fact, where is 9 in column 2 is an excellent question. 9 in column 2 can only be there. So that seems like a big improvement upon things. Okay, and that 9 in particular wasn't in a corner. So that tells me there aren't more 9s on the Fistamafel ring, because note, in our version where there were 3 9s on the Fistamafel ring, that meant that we needed these to both be 9s, and now that one can't be a 9. So now we just need 2 9s in the corners of the Fistamafel rings. And we need to not put any more 8s anywhere along these lines. Okay, so I have at most 1 9 in these 3 corners combined, which means there's definitely a 9 in this corner. I'm glad you had some success, Chip. It is always cool to sort of start setting. It's easier, I think, than a lot of people think it's going to be, but it's very intimidating. So it's great that you took the first step. Okay, so 9 in column 8 is in one of these two cells. 9 in row 8 is in one of these two cells, so therefore that's a 9. Yes, I agree. That was Garion explaining Mixo's point, but yeah, we sort of had that cross intersection again. Yeah, so now I can't have an 8 here, and I can't have an 8... Well, actually, I guess I just could never have an 8 in any of those places. I can't have an 8 here either. An 8 here would put 2 9s in the box. An 8 there would put 2 9s in the box. So the 8 in this column... Uh-oh. I think I broke it. Because the 8 in this column I'm thinking has to go here, but it obviously can't. It can't go there. Oh, because I reversed these in my mind and was thinking, oh, of course it can't go there. That would have to be a 9, but there's already a 9 in the column. But no, this is the other kind. So yeah, sorry. So the 8 can't go there, there, there. It can't go any of those places without placing an extra 9 on the Vistamafel ring or repeating an 8 in a row. And it can't go in either of these places without putting too many 9s in the box. So the 8 does indeed go there. I agree. Okay, so now 8 in this box, again, can't go in any of these cells. So the 8 in this box now is going to go in one of these two cells. Which is going to mean that the 8 in this column is going to go in one of these cells. Which means the 8 in this row is now going to go in one of these cells, because I can't put an 8. Again, an 8 down here would immediately repeat the 8, or would give me too many 9s. So the 8 goes over here somewhere, but I can't put an 8 in either of those cells, so the 8 in this row goes here. Yes, do please hit the like button, as Chip says, and thank you for hitting the like button, Chip. Greatly appreciated, as always. Let's see. Okay, so there's at most 1 8 on the Vistamafel ring, is what we now know. Let's see, 8 in box 4 is just placed, Tom points out completely correctly, owing to these corner marks. And that given 8. So there we go. So if there is an 8 on the Vistamafel ring, where is it? Yes, if there is an 8 on the Vistamafel ring, it's in here. Otherwise, there is no 8 on the Vistamafel ring. See, 7 in box 5, I'm being told is placeable. So, yeah, so the 7 in this box has to go with an 8. Right, okay, so that, yeah, there has to be an 8 on the Vistamafel ring, because the 7 in this box is on the ring somewhere, and wherever the 7 is on the ring, it's going to need an 8 next to it, because the 8 is next to both 9s on the Vistamafel ring. So there is an 8 on the Vistamafel ring. So it's there on the corners, which means indeed one of these is an 8, but it can't actually be this one or this one. Because if it were this one or this one, that would mean the 7 in this box went in one of these two places, and that would put 2 8s on the Vistamafel ring. Can't have 2 8s on the Vistamafel ring. We only have room for 1, so it's there, which makes that the 7. And we have to make sure we put a number that's less than 8 in this cell. Let's see. Yeah, this is very clever. Okay, there can't be any. Oh, never mind. Let's see, 9 in box 6. Why can't... Oh, right. I know one of these two is 9, right? That's the thing I have to keep in mind. One of these two is 9. So these two are never 9. These are never 9. That's not 9. That's not 9. And this isn't 9 because I can't put an extra 9 in the Fistamafel ring. So actually that's the 9, and the 8 that we knew about. Good point to Emma there. So we've got that. 8 in box 2. It can't go there either. So 8 in box 2 is placed here, which places an 8 there. Good. Let's see. Yes. Now 9 in box 8 is placed without further thought beyond Sudoku. The 9 over here is now placed here because I can't put an extra 9 in the Fistamafel ring. And so now, let's see, the 9 in this column, the 9 in this column is here. And then the last 9 has got to be there. Okay, so now I've got all the 8s and all the 9s. Hey, Carabet, welcome. Great to see you. It's been a bit. Okay, so these numbers are 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I was wondering if I could say one of these is 1, 2, one of these can't be 1, 2, 3, but I don't think that I can. Let's see, 7 in this box. So 7 certainly can't go there. So 7 in this box is here or here, I believe, are the two options for 7. 7 can't go in either of those cells because there's nothing bigger than it that can go in this row. So 7 in this box is in one of those 3 cells. Oh, seemingly that can't be 7. Aha, yes. Thank you, Sven, for pointing out that that cell can't be 7. So yes, so yes, that is good. So now that's not 7, so that is 7. Let's see. And currently we have 1 7 on the Fistamafel ring and 1 7 in the corners that we know about. This can't be 7 because of the cell below it. Yeah, you made the mistake that I made earlier with the trying to place 8 in column 2 and concluding the puzzle was broken. Do I know the 6 doesn't go? Oh, right. The 6 will go with this 7. Or it won't. But either way, the 6 if the 6 is in either of these places, it still places 2 7s. So there's going to be another 7 on the Fist-O-Mifel ring. That is true. So the second 7 certainly can't go... Oh, it could go there. No, it can't go there, right. So yeah, so where's the second 7 in the corners? It can't go there or there or there. So it's either going to go there or nowhere else, right? Because it can't go any of these cells, right? And it can't go there because of that. So yeah, so I think this has to be the second 7 in the corner. Right, this can't be 6 because there is nothing here that is bigger. So if I ask myself where the 6 in this box goes, it can't go in either of those. And now I know I can't place the 6 here because there's nothing bigger. And a 6 here or here would add more 7s. Actually, wait, I think a 6 here would be okay. So I think the 6 has to go in one of these 2 cells, I think is what we learn. Oh, right, this can't be a 6 because there's nothing that can be bigger. Right, because if this is a 6, then this would need to be a 7, 8, or 9, and it can be none of those. Okay, so yeah, so that is 6, which makes that a 7. Okay, let's see. Do I have any Sudoku on 7s that I can do? I know there's a 7 over here somewhere. I know there's a 7 over here somewhere. And maybe I only have 2 7s left, actually. Oh, no, not quite. I have a 7 left in this row. It can't go there. And if it went here, I would need to put an 8 or a 9 there, which I can't. So the only place for the 7 is actually there, which then places the 7 down here. Okay. So now this, funnily enough, can't be a 5. So this is certainly 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know how much I want to delve into that yet. Okay, I've still got these 2 7s, but I don't know which one. I definitely agree there's got to be at least one 6 on the ring, because I've got to put a 5 in one of these cells. There could be 2 6s in the ring, possibly. Let's see. These 2 cells definitely can't be 6. That cell can't be 6. One of these 2 cells can be 6. None of these cells can be 6. So I have room for 2 6s. Potentially. Oh, sorry, there's one here too. So I can place one there, 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 there. Oh, this could be a 6. Sorry, this could be a 6. I don't know why I convinced myself it could not. Okay, well, let's go ahead and mark a couple of places that we know aren't 5s. This digit definitely isn't a 5. This digit definitely isn't a 5. So the 5 in this box... Oh, and this digit isn't a 5 either. So the 5 in this box is definitely in one of these 2 cells. So in fact, there are 2 6s at least on the border. Oh, sorry, no, not necessarily. Sorry, if this is the 5, that's only putting 1 6. If this is the 5, it would put 2 6s. In any case, that's not a 5. Oh, this can't be a... Oh, no, sorry, this could be a 6. Let's see. What am I doing with this 5? So it's either placing a 6 here or a 6 here. So these two digits definitely aren't 6. So these two digits are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which I guess I already knew. Right, not 5. That was the whole reason I started pencil marking it, and then I forgot by the time I got there. Thank you. Yes, because there's a 5 corner mark. Right, we can mark, as Emma says, that these are all from 3, 4, 5, 6. I know those. I know that one's not 5, and that one's not 6, and that one's not 5. Yeah, 5 in box 2 can't go there because this number can't be as big as 5. So 5 in box 2 is in one of these two cells, which is probably interesting for 5 in row 2. So assuredly 5 could go there. I think 5 could go there. So yeah, let's see, 5 in box 7. 5 in box 7, that is very profitable. 5 in box 7 is in one of these two cells. And so if I make that a 5, then it makes that a 6, which I think is okay. Oh, sorry, no, it's not okay because it would make both of these 6. Yes, I would need 2 6s. 2 6s is too many 6s. So in fact, that is the 5. Okay, so these are from 3, 4, 6. For what that is worth. Okay, does that 5 get us anywhere? Not immediately. Let's see. Garion asked about where I'm putting 6 in this column. So I could put 6 here or here. Those are the only two places I think I can put 6. Oh, no, sorry. This one can't be a 6 because there's a 6 in the row. So that I think means that this is the 6. Let's see. Okay, so now 5 in the column can't go here. And 5 in the column can't go here either. So now 5 in this column goes in one of these two places, which in particular means these digits aren't 5. And it also means this digit is 5, right? Which means this digit is 5, which means that digit is 5 if we believe our corner marks, which hopefully we can. Okay, and this 5 needs to be less than double 6. So we can get rid of all of our 6s there, and that's going to place the 6 there to make that work. That is not a 6 anymore. Okay. That's not, these aren't 6. These aren't 6. That's not 6. The 6 in this box is placed here, which places the 7 there, which places the 7 there. Okay, so this must be a 1, 2, or 3 in order to possibly make this work. Let's see, 5 in box 9 is placed. I agree. That is a 5. These are 1, 2, 3, and these are 1, 2, 3, just because of the number they're next to. One of these 3 is 6, and it's not that one. Funnily enough, the 6 in this row, I guess it doesn't really matter. The 6 in this row is definitely in one of these 2 cells. 5 in box 6, says Tom. 5 in box 6 is in one of these 2 cells, just by sudoku. 4 in box 5 has been suggested. It's in one of those 2 cells. Oh, this can't be 4 because it's never, this is never right. These are also 1, 2, 3. That's the thing that I was missing. I marked everything next to 2 of the 3, 3, 4s, but not 3 of the 3, 3, 4s. And so the point is that gives me a 1, 2, 3 triple and places this 4. Which then makes this a 6 because it's got to be bigger than 4, and that's the only option left. Means this cell is a 3 or a 4. Which means this is a 2 or a 3. Can't be a 2, though, because if this is a 2, I would need... Oh, no, sorry. I would need both of those to be bigger than 2. That's not a problem. I was trying to do it backwards again. So these are just 1, 2, 3, 4. That's just the reality we live in. Let's see. These digits are 2, 3, 4, 6. So this one is just the 6, just by sudoku. This number needs to be less than 6, and it will be. This number needs to be less than this number, and it will be. So this box is basically done. Let's see. 6 in box 2, saith chat. Yes, 6 in box 2 goes there. And now we've got all the 6s in the grid. Yeah, I know one of those is a 1. 5 in column 8, we have pencil marked out of all of those cells, and it can't go there by sudoku. So 5 in column 8 goes there. Also can't go there by inequalities if you like. So these are just 2, 3, 4 to finish up. This one can't be a 4 because of that. Can this be a 4? Is, I guess, a good question. Well, this cell's definitely a 3 or a 4. Let me put it that way. Yeah, for the row, this cell's a 3 or a 4. So that one's not 4. So this is only 1, 2, 3, and it's not a 2 either. And so this one is 1, 3, or 4. Okay. Okay, so 4 in row 2 now, AFK points out, because this number is also 1, 2, 3, if you look at it, because it can't be 4 because there's a 4 in the column already. So that places that 4, which makes that a 3 and a 2, which seems to have made that a 4, that a 3 and a 4. That is not a 3. These two are something and something. They're 2 and 5. 4 is, yes, bigger than all of those things. I agree. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 5. Yeah, that could still be the 5. This can't be 4 because of that pencil mark got updated. I don't know how that got a corner marked 4, but anyway, that is now 4. Which makes that a 3, a 2, a 4. 4. 3, 1, 4. 4. Okay, so this is a 2, which is now going to sort out the 5 and the 2 over there. It's going to place the 5 there. Let's see. These aren't 2 anymore, so those are a 1, 3 pair, which means that is a 2. Means that is not a 2. Makes that a 3 and a 2. Makes that a 1, a 3, and a 2. A 1 and a 3, a 1 and a 3, a 1 and a 3. And I think that's everything. Click check. It doesn't look... Oh, but puzzle doesn't include solution. Oh! Yep, you're right. Okay. Haha! If I actually look at the grid, there actually is a cell that I'm missing. Very nice puzzle. I have no idea how someone would set something like this. This is this feels like an insane construction to me, but very cool. I quite enjoyed picking this apart. Yeah, this was definitely sort of a really interesting use of sudoku. I was actually, funnily enough, thinking about using mins and maxes. It's one of my friends who's learning sudoku likes skyscraper puzzles, so I've been making some easier skyscraper puzzles and trying to figure out like what mechanics can I combine with skyscraper. And this seemed like it would be an interesting mechanic to combine with skyscraper. All right, I'm going to take just a moment, and I'll be back in a minute. So see you all shortly. All right, welcome back. No one who's been around recently will be surprised that I wanted to do this. Ooh, we have a donation from Shinmoya. Oh, thank you. Let me get you a donation dance. Thank you. First time super chatter. Let's get you the big dance. Boop 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 boop. Woohoo! Boop 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 boop. Woohoo! Boop 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 boop. Woohoo! Thank you, Zach, and thank you, Shinmoya, so much. Greatly appreciated. If I click this balloon, will it do something? No, it will not. What if I do that? There are all kinds of buttons next to it. I thought one of them would maybe play a cool animation or something, but I do not think so. Okay, so first of all, let me go over how Ubon works, and then I will tell you the secret of Ubon that I think is going to be relevant to this puzzle. Like, I could be wrong, it might not be relevant, but I highly suspect the secret of Ubon is going to be relevant. So first of all, in this puzzle, we're going to be building a loop network. So something like a loop, except that it is allowed to have extra pieces in it of this sort. So it's allowed to branch, basically, and cross itself and all those other sort of non-loop things. Well, you know, it took me... I resisted getting into this for a long time, and then then eventually I sort of lost the ability to resist it. Okay. So that's sort of the rules of sort of what we're trying to do. You can leave as many cells blank as you want. That's totally fine. And then additionally, then we have clues in the rows that tell us how many times each shape of piece is used. So you have to imagine that your parents have given you like a Ubon tile set for Christmas or something, and they've given you 3 T's. And so in that row, you need to use 3 T shapes in any orientation. Likewise with the assorted other symbols. If there's no clue, it doesn't tell you anything. So it doesn't tell you how many lines there are. There could be any number. Now, in this puzzle, we also have the cage rule set. And so this might be a set puzzle. It's possible. Because within each cage, we must use all line shapes exactly once. And so we have sort of 3 boxes over here to note take which 3 we have used. Suddenly my computer is being laggy for some reason. But we'll roll with it. And for this, I want to make a note about how branches interact in Ubon puzzles. So here's a fact that you might know about loops, which is that if I make any region and I draw a loop, something like, and it doesn't even really have to be a straight line loop, but I might as well make it a straight line loop. And I look at the region, so this gray thing that I have made, then it will always be the case that the loop passes into and out of the region, whatever region. It doesn't matter as long as it's a contiguous region. It doesn't even really have to be contiguous, actually. It's going to pass in and out an even number of times. So in this case, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Okay. So 4 total things. And so the point is it's always an even number because anytime the loop goes in, it has to also go out. Okay. Now with loop networks, this is not necessarily the case. For example, I could do that, and this is still a loop network. However, now you'll notice it passes this test, or sorry, it now passes an odd number of times. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so you don't know whether it's even or odd, typically. But what you do know is that actually the parity matches the parity of the number of branches. So in this case, there's 1 branch, which is just this 3-way intersection, which I'm convinced people just made up so that I would say the word 3-way a lot on stream. But anyway, it's the same. So in this case, there's an odd number of 3-ways. So there is an odd number of these inside the region. Okay. And the reason why I think this is likely to be relevant is because we know that inside each of these cages, there are exactly 4 branches. And so we know that each of these cages is going to be pierced an even number of times. So that feels to me like it's going to be relevant, although Mixo has done the puzzle and says that they don't remember if it ever comes up. So maybe it doesn't, but that was my sort of just looking at the rules of the puzzle. That is what I assumed we were going to be doing. So anyway, so that is all the rules and all the secrets that I know. I by the way, if you want to prove this result, if you think it's weird, what you should do is you should first convince yourself it's definitely true for loops. And then you should convince yourself that you can make a loop network by doing the following 2 operations. One of which is make another loop. And another of which is make a branch that connects 2 cells. And so the only way to sort of make the loop network combines those 2 operations. And so what you do is you prove those 2 operations both preserve the parity thing that I said. And so you have to be a little bit careful because you have to figure out, okay, what am I really meaning when I mean across and all of these sorts of things. But basically, if you want to prove it, it's a slightly tricky proof to write out formally, but that's the intuition. And that's how I would formalize it if I was writing a formal proof of this. Okay, so now we have questions. Okay, so yeah, so there's 3 T's in this row. And so you don't need 2 separate loops because you could start with a loop and then you could introduce a branch to the loop itself. So you could do that. And I thought originally, when I originally went to write down a proof of this for myself, my original proof didn't actually note that you could actually do this thing where you actually introduce a separate loop and have that. So yeah, you're right. There's really 2 operations, but one of the operations feels very different between whether you're connecting 2 separate loops or connecting the same one. It is interesting, by the way. Here's a random note that some setters should use probably. Let's see, I have to draw some, random thing in here. A not at all obvious to me property of U-bonds is that there's actually, so you know every puzzle is going to have an even number of branches, which is a consequence of the thing that I just told you, actually. Because the parity of the number of things leaving the entire grid is even, because nothing leaves the entire grid. So there have to be an even number of branches. But there's actually a canonical bijection between these, meaning that actually every T automatically gets paired with another T by using the method of whichever one is the branch. So in this case, this one, just follow the branch and continue. If you come to a 4-way, just continue and just follow that line. And eventually you will hit another branch. And so those get paired. And so there's a weird thing that I feel like is probably exploitable in some sort of weird rule or whatever, where you can actually take advantage of the fact that not only are there an even number of branches, but in fact, the branches are actually paired up. So I was thinking like, oh, you could actually like maybe label them in anyway. That's just a related note that I don't think I'm going to say this spiel about T's very often. So I just thought I would point that out since there are some U-Bahn folk around. Okay. So yeah, so how are we going to read something like these is very interesting. So in this cage, there are a total of 4 T's. But in these rows, there are a total of 6 T's. which means there are at least 2 T's in these sort of outy cells of this cage. And if this is a T, it'll be more than that. Depending. That was the kind of thing I was inclined to look at. You just keep running through it. If you encounter another T on the long side, then that's not sort of a branch. Let's see. Okay, this column has 1 T and 4 corners. So probably those aren't the 4 corners. Okay, it is worth noting, and I'm going to note this. This T, so this is another thing that this one I definitely will end up explaining a whole bunch of times. The T in this column is definitely vertical in the sense that it either looks like this or like this. And the way I know that is that if I put a T that looks like this or a T that looks like this, they begin a vertical strip of cells. And every vertical strip of cells has an end at the top and an end at the bottom. And those ends have one of 2 shapes, and it's these 2. However, that means there's an even number of ends of vertical strips. And I can't do that given that there's an even number of corners. So I can actually notate for myself, if I pull up my tool that Tallcat hates. I really don't know why my computer's being laggy today. This is a vertical T, meaning it's a T that looks like that kind. Okay. Okay, and I do need to keep in mind each of these cages has exactly 1 empty cell, and that probably also has some interesting ramifications. Wait, I think I'm going to say something that's false, aren't I? Okay, I want to think about this area down here. So there's exactly 1 empty cell in the cage. And now a loop would always take an even number of cells, but a loop network doesn't always take an even number of cells. So I was hoping that I could say something like that. I'm curious what I can say about exits to these cells, just in terms of thinking about what that might look like. And maybe the answer is I can't say a gosh darn thing about it. But I am unsure. Let's see. This is a very sparsely clued puzzle. I am noticing. Let's see. Well, now I can articulate the theory. So if I can articulate the theory, it's a lot better than if someone has to try and explain to me something that I then don't understand. Because it doesn't stream well if someone has to spend 5 minutes trying to explain to me what they mean about parodies of things. I will say I wish that there were more sort of consistent words for things in Ubon. I kind of have internal words that have been becoming external words as I have streamed them. Oh, that's clever. Okay, Matt Laffey has a good observation, which is that if this cell is out, this cell is out. And now, oh, what if, Matt Laffey, what if I did... Oh, I can't do that. Sorry, I can't do that. Right. I can't put 2 outs inside this cage. Why is my computer lagging like crazy? I'm going to have a look at that in a second. But the point is now, this and this are both the same shape, and they can't both be the same shape. And you could say what I said, which is, oh, just put an extra thing there. But the problem is now that is there. Oh, oh, we could put that out. Oh, see, I see. We could put this out. Okay, that is very interesting. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna look at what on earth is happening with my computer. I'll be right back. Okay, so I'm pretty sure might be overstating my confidence. I think there's something very weird with how that got translated to Sudoku pad, so I'm going to do it in Penpa instead. Uh, Also, in the process of figuring this out, I noted that there was an example puzzle, and it is usually, with Jacob and Woofer puzzles, a wise idea to do the example puzzle first. So I'm going to do the example puzzle first, because usually it tells you what you are meant to do. But apologies for the delay. It was very weird. Okay. So looking at this, it is funny how for me, like in Penpa, by the way, like Sudoku mode is really just point at things for chat mode for most of these puzzles. But this 4Ts, if the 4Ts are all in here, then that's all the Ts for the rest of the cage, which would be interesting by itself. Otherwise, then we know that this is a T, and we'd know which T it was. Let's see, we know there's sort of one horizontal line in this row, and no others. Yeah, we're now doing the example puzzle to do that. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, this 4-way. Okay, so here's maybe easiest thing first. This 4-way is, oh no, sorry, that was too much. This 4-way is in one of these 3 cells, so it is there, or there. But it's definitely in the cage, and so that means none of the rest of the stuff in the cage can be 4-ways, and all the other cells are on the border, so none of them can be 4-ways. This row has one horizontal segment, because we know it's ended with a vertical T. So we've got a vertical T, and then everything else is a vertical line. So we've got these two, we've got that, a horizontal, any number of horizontal lines between them, any number of vertical lines or blanks outside them for this row. For this row, we've got the mixo trick, as I think of it, as that this has to be a 2, because I need an even number of corners in a row, in a row or column that's on the boundary of the grid. It doesn't apply other places, but here on the boundary. And so I couldn't put 4 because this grid is only 5 by 5, right? Although last time I said a U-bond grid was 5 by 5, it turned out it was 6 by 6 and everything broke. And so that means that all of these are in because I've got, at the very least, a 4-long string of things, which will always include these. And I can draw a line across them like that. I don't know why my line isn't showing up in my sort of like boulder line, but we'll go with it. I think that's visible, right? Okay. Now, this has to be a line, an authentic line, because if this is not an authentic line, then the 2 lines in the row are there, and they're both in the cage. So this one's actually done. And so when I'm doing this, the notation I use, which a lot of people seem to use, is that you put blue to say this thing is in the grid, and then you green it to say you can't do anything else with this cell. It is done. So you can't do anything else with this cell. It is done. And one of these is the horizontal line for the cage. So we're going to, so for me, the color yellow in a U-bond means I kind of know. I kind of know that one of these 2 is the horizontally line. So there aren't any other horizontally lines. So this cell in particular, oh, there's a pair here, right? So, oh, no, not quite. Okay, so this can be either kind of downward corner or a T, I guess, for what it is worth. So Martin's point is if this cell is in, it's not a line, it's not a horizontal line, so it has to go up. Okay. Yeah, this T is vertical. Oh, I wonder if the issue was actually with my little plugin that let me draw on the screen. Maybe that's what actually broke. Maybe it wasn't Sudoku Pad. Although that's weird because I've used that plugin on stream before, but I'll try and avoid using it here. But anyway, these two have to go next to each other in some order horizontally because I can't fit a horizontal line between them. And this one's definitely not the T, for what it's worth. So this cell, if I look at what it can be, so just to write it down, my normal names for things, 0 is blank. This is 1, 2, 3, 4 for no particular good reason. Oh. Emma saying their Sudoku Pad was also suddenly lagging. Interesting. Was it with the same puzzle that we were looking at? So anyway, that's 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 0 is blank. Very interesting. Okay, I bet it is something about that puzzle. Okay, so this can't be a line. Oh, weird. Okay, so Matt Laffey also. Okay, so yeah, so something is weird about that Sudoku link. Tristan will message Sven and say, hey, there's something weird about that Sudoku Pad link. There's absolutely no chance that this is a four-way for lots of reasons, not least of which is that we know that one of these is a four-way, as previously noted. And this can't be a three-way because the only three-way in this row points up and down, and you can't go up and down here. So this is either a corner or a nothing. Those are my two options. And so this cell is always in, right? Emma points out. And the reason for that is if this is out, then everything else in the cage is still in. And if this is in, then it's a corner and it connects down. So this is always in. That is true. Okay, so that's quite interesting. And so if this is a 1, then there's going to be a T next to it in one direction or the other. Need a second straight in column 3. Ah, right. Got it. Okay, that's a great spot. Right. So in column 3, we know there are two straights. The other straight must be vertical, which is to say that the vertical straight, well, it can't be there. So the vertical straight is in one of these two places, and whichever of them is a vertical straight, we know we get that line segment. And it also, if we want to be pedantic, means that the rest of these cells, I know aren't lines. So they're not lines. And I also might as well mark that I know all of these aren't 4s either, so that I can kind of make some sense out of that. And probably I could do better, but we'll try it. Okay, so there's a 2 and 1 of these. Okay. Yes, there we go. Okay, so yeah, so if this is a vertical 2, it obliterates the 4. Because if this is a vertical 2, I can't put a 4 anywhere in this row anymore. So this is not the 2, which means this is the 2. So this looks like that. And I can green it. And I don't know why I use orange to mark that it's really for real done. Okay. I have not done that one yet, but I can still leave that one yellow. Okay, so this is a 2. This is in. So it is a 1. Oops. And it's going to go one way or the other. Probably this way, but I'm not 100% sure yet. Is it interesting to note that if this is not a T, then everything else in the column is a T? I don't know if that's interesting. Let's see. I guess I can also sort of yellow the 4-way and say I kind of know where that is. We need to empty the other side of the corner to the T so that there are no more empty in the cage. Which T are we talking about? In row 2. I see. So right, because we've already gotten rid of the 2s. Right. So yeah, so right, there is because of this 1 and 1 here, I know that I've got a 1 here that turns into a T, and then there's just nothing left that the other thing can be but empty. So so Emma's point is one of these 2 has to be empty, or I've repeated something in the cage, and that's because we found both 2s. So we can remove these. So we know, again, kind of where the empty is. And that it is in that row, and we can blue all the rest of the things and the stuff. Okay. Right, and so one of these is a T and one of them is empty, so they're definitely not corners, so I can just remove the 1 out of this. And these are either 0s or vertical. Those are the only options if you want to record what these can be. There's a horizontal straight in the cage in one of these 2 cells because the second horizontal straight in row 1 is in the cage. So what the yellow here indicates is there's a horizontal straight, but I don't know which one it is in. Right. Okay. So this cell can't be empty. Very good. Okay. That's excellent. This cell can't be empty because if it was, that cell couldn't be a T and there wouldn't be 4 T's in the cage. So therefore this cell is the 3 that goes with the 1. And so I know what it looks like. It looks like that, which means both of these are done. It allows me to orange that corner and that T, marking them as done. I don't need to keep the digits floating around. This is out. So I can, oops. I can get rid of that. Okay, so that means this is the line. If I come across here, which means that's a corner, that's a line. So this is done, which means that we are done now with that officially. It's completely done now. These are done as well. I can get rid of my center mark here. This is blue. Oops, wrong button. This is blue because it's in. Okay. Oh, this is done, of course, because it is a corner and there's nowhere else for it to connect. Well, this is marked as being 1 or 3. I don't know why, but it's not a 3. It's not a 1. Oh, wait. Sorry. No, that's not true. But the thing that... Oh, that could still be T. Oh, right. It's not in the corner. You're right. It's not in the corner. Oops. Good point. Good point. Right. This thing is not in the corner. The cage fooled me. It's only in the corner because the cage tricked me. This can't be a T anymore. If you look at it, that is a good point. Because this only has 2 directions it can connect. So actually, this is forced to be that, which is big because it knocks that out. If I can find it. There we go. It's there, which now means this cell can't be that because the cage already has one of those. So this comes around here, and that goes down. And we can green those 2. Blue that one. I can clear out the center marks from these cells. And we can mark that we have that T there. It is done. Oh, it's also green. Okay, so now... Oh, our empty is oranged, actually. We can go ahead and orange that. Okay, and so hopefully, if I look at these, I've got those 2. I've got these 2. I don't have my 4 T's yet. I've got my 2 straights now in this column. Let's see. Row 5, column 3 goes up. Right, this always connects up, is a good point. Because it either is a corner, in which case it goes up, or it's a 3-way, in which case it goes every direction. So that goes up. So now this is either a 3 or a 4. I believe. I do definitely believe Emma's point, which is that if this is a corner, it turns that way. And then these 2 both have to be T's, but this one has to be the T that one already is. So this can't be a corner because it would repeat the same kind of T within the cage. So this is a 3-way, which means that we have that. This is now done. Which means that one is now done. Okay, sudoku, we can get rid of that there. Okay, and so everything left in the cage is either a 4-way, a corner, or that T. Yeah, so we've got both the vertical branches. So yeah, so this is either... I guess the question is, if this continues vertically, I guess then it's a 4-way? Let's see. Yeah, Ah, okay, right. Okay, so the point is this cell now is a naked four-way. Because the two T's it could be are these two, and those are both taken. And it can't be a line because that's taken. So this is actually a naked four-way, the best kind of four-way. Yes, I agree with that. So we will go ahead there, corner those. Okay, so this is done. And I can orange to mark off that we've done our four-way question mark. Okay, and so now, yeah, one of these is the remaining three, and the other two are those. So yeah, so if this is not a T now, then it's done, and now this isn't a T either, because this is done. So this has to be a T. And again, that's because I know enough corners coming into this, and I know there's four T's in the column. If this is a 1, it's done. It's a corner. And then that can't be a T. So this has to be a T. And if it is a T and it's in the cage, we know what T it is. Namely, it is that T. So we can mark that as done. We can mark that as blue. Mark that T as done. Okay, and so now this cell can get marked as done because there are no more T's that it could be. And so we can mark that. We know this is a corner. We know what shape corner it is because we've done this one. So now this one has to go this way. And as soon as it does go that way, it gets sort of forced all the way around like that. And again, it had to be done, so all of this is done now. This had better not turn down, because if it turns down, there's nowhere it can go. Well, I halfway got to the mic mute button before I sneezed. But anyway, the point is now, this is now a dead end, so that's now a dead end, so this is now a corner. It turns up, and then we have successfully done the sample puzzle. Okay, so having now done the sample puzzle, now let's go back to trying to do the real puzzle. Oh, I have some more oranging to do. I can do the oranging for you. Yeah, Woofer and Jacob have really been on point with the example puzzles in their recent things. I have given them some flack in the past because they've had some example puzzles that weren't really intended to be example puzzles, but they've been really great for the past, I don't know, 5, 6, however many recent Woofer Jacob puzzles I've done. They have been just completely on point. Okay. Oh, wonderful. That's going to bounce around like that. Oh, maybe it's not. Okay, maybe it'll stay. Okay, I think it'll stay. Okay. So we were trying to understand this, but now maybe we know more about the nature and purpose of the universe. I am hoping. Okay, I'm going to corner mark just for our sanity that this is cage 1, this is cage 2, and this is cage 3. Just so that I can keep track of them in case I ever actually fill anything into the puzzle. Let's see. The clock is counting the time I was doing the example. We can reset the clock. There we go. Is the clock, by the way, annoying people? I can just hide it so that you don't have like an ominously ticking clock on the bottom of the thing. Let's see. Okay, so the 4 ways are kind of interesting because I know there's a 4-way in a cage here in this row, and I know there's a 4-way in a cage in this column. The problem with Sudoku Pad was the killer cage calculator. If you turn that off, does it then unblow up the world? The killer cage calculator was trying to calculate all the possibilities for a 12-cell cage and having difficulty. Yes, it fixes it. Okay. In that case, I can probably open this back up in Sudoku Pad, although I guess it's probably not worth it. I could just roll with doing Penpa for a puzzle. But that's very interesting about the four ways. Oh, it could be, though. It could be that cell exactly is a four-way. And if that cell is exactly a four-way, then it fulfills both of those without any issue. Let's see. And how big is this, by the way? This is 8 by 8. I know the branch orientations in row 3. So I either have 2 verticals or 0 verticals. But if I have 0 verticals, the point is that I have too many T's in the cage. And that is a problem. So my horizontal T's, if I had all horizontal T's, then the horizontal T's look like this. So they would all have to be in the cage because I couldn't put either of them there, and that's too many. So that means that I can actually make a note here that these are... I want to make the note in smaller text. That's too small. Vertical, vertical, horizontal. There we go. That is what I wanted to note. Okay. So there are 2 horizontal stretches in this row. I feel like I have a better word. Horizontal segments. Horizontal segments is probably a better term. And I have at least one horizontal, well, sorry, I have exactly one of the horizontals for cage 1 is in this row. I don't have a great way to mark that, but one of these 2 shows up in this cage, in this row. Okay, now that I know that, can the 2 verticals possibly be here and here? Is the, like, how many things are there that I can put between them? So I can only put 1 horizontal T. So in the horizontal segments, what can I do? I can put a horizontal T. I can put a horizontal line. I can put a 4-way. That's the only 3 things I can pick, right? So if I look at that in this row, I have 2 corners, 3 T's, and 3 things that I can put inside one of these. And so that is 7, right? Oh, no, or is that exactly 8? Sorry, that might have been exactly 8. I think that was so it's 3 T's, the 2 corners, a horizontal, that's 6, and a 4-way, that's 7. So at most 7 things that I can fit in here. Yeah, okay. So yeah, so there's at least 1 vertical T in here, I guess is the point, right? You could also have a blank. Blank is totally fine, yep. And vertical line, we can have a vertical line somewhere. That's also totally fine. Okay. I was hoping to prove that we needed a blank, but we don't quite. Okay, so David and Mixo are now thinking about the vertical-horizontal mixture of this row. And so this row either needs 1 vertical or 3 verticals. And 3 verticals is a problem because why? Oh, is the claim that this can't be a horizontal T ever? Because we've got 1 horizontal T in this row in the cage. Why can't this cell be a horizontal T? Because of the column. Right. Okay, sorry. This is the thing that was said before that I didn't then go back and actually notate for myself. This T is vertical, not horizontal. And that's, again, because of this parity trick. So this T is vertical. So it's not in either of those cells. Sorry, it could be there. But it's not the horizontal one. So the horizontal one is in row 1, which means there's at least 1 horizontal, which means there's 2, which means that this goes vertical, horizontal, horizontal. Whew, okay, very cool. Okay, so now one of these is a horizontal T in the cage, and one of these 2 is a horizontal T outside of the cage. Well, that one can't be the horizontal T outside of the cage, so this one is the horizontal T inside the cage. So this, I know, is a horizontal T. For some reason, now I get the other thing. And we get the that this is a 3. Sorry, this should be center marked. Okay. So these are also now in. Apparently it likes me now, yeah, I guess. Probably because I voluntarily consented to do a puzzle in Penpa rather than only doing it by force. Because I could have just put Penpa away and then done it in Sudoku Pad. It is very thick. It might, in fact, be too thick, but what are we going to do? Okay, so we've got that. Now, there can indeed be a vertical T here. There's only 1 vertical T in this whole column. There's a plugin for more visible lines that maybe was not strictly necessary in this particular instance, but a lot of the line puzzles, the sort of default Penpa line doesn't stream super well. So there's a sort of higher visibility version of that. Okay, so now... Oh no, this all could be a corner. It's not a straight line, though, for what it's worth. This straight line thing is interesting, because I can certainly put at most 2 lines there. That's not a line at all. So I still have 3 lines to put just in these 4 cells. And that's kind of interesting that 3 of these 4 cells have to be lines. Oh, does that mean both of these are always lines? Because these can't both be lines, right? Oh, no, they could. They could be both lines. Sorry, they can both be lines. If this one goes horizontally and this one goes vertically. Somewhat annoyingly. Okay. I do know there's a 4-way in this column somewhere. Okay, and this is a 1 or a 3, of course. This is definitely a 3, and it's the same 3 that's in this row. And so the other horizontal is in the cage. So I guess all that tells me is that this is not a horizontal T, but one of these remaining cells, well, not that one. One of these remaining, I guess, 4 cells is a horizontal T. And it's the other horizontal T. Don't think I know anything about that. There's only one vertical T in the row. I don't think I know whether it's in the cage or not necessarily. Not immediately, as best I can tell anyway. Let's see, 1 and 4. I mean, I suspect those probably aren't 4 corners. I guess I know these aren't 4 corners because I know that the T here is vertical, so it's between 2 of the corners. Okay, that's very interesting. Okay, so Mixo points out if this goes up, now neither of these can be a straight line. And so now I've got to look at how many straight lines I can put here. Again, remember, at most 2 would go in these 3 cells because there's only 2 flavors of line. And so all 3 of these would have to be lines. They would all have to be horizontal lines. And that would be bad because reasons. Is it that I can't actually fit a horizontal and a vertical in here? It feels like I can, but maybe I can't. No, right. If all 3 of these are horizontal, then where am I putting the vertical? And the only place is here, and then I don't have a place for horizontal. So yeah, so the point is, yeah, that's quite complicated. That's a bit of thinking ahead about what the world is going to look like. But yeah, that does not work because of the vertical and horizontal combination here. If this is a vertical and horizontal, that's the vertical and that's the horizontal. So I guess that's maybe actually worth noting. If this cage does have 2 line segments, that one is vertical and that one is horizontal. It's the only way it works. Anyway, the point was of all of that was that this comes down. I kind of think I'm actually just supposed to use that this would be vertical and this would be horizontal to now think about where I can put other line segments. Because if it's that too, then I still need 3 more. I guess it could still be 1, 2, 3. Hey, Vish, how are you doing? I hope you are doing well. I was hoping I could force that to be like a horizontal line segment or something, but I don't think that I can. Okay, now I know that this is now the shape of the horizontal T that is in this row. So I know sort of that this is in, so this T is in row 3. I'm going to just sort of mark for myself. This T shows up in row 3. This T shows up in row 2 because of the fact that we have the other horizontal T shows up here in the cage to just sort of make that work. So I'm just marking that here, although it's a little confusing. Okay, we have to not break the straights in column 1. That is a good point. So how do I know that? Oh, I guess I don't know that the two T's in row 2 are of different shapes because they're not both in the cage. You're right. Sorry. That was errant reasoning. Yeah, I think I do not know that. But I do know that all 3 of these can't be lines. Because if all 3 of these are lines, this is what chat is saying, then Yeah, we can label them as letters. That's a good idea. Let's make it A or capital A. I'm gonna make it capital A and like a very bright blue. This can be capital B. This can be capital C, and that can be capital A. A, please. No, capital A, please. There we go. Capital B and capital C. Voila. Okay. Okay. But as I was articulating, if these three are all vertical, that is, if they're all straight, now I can't, because there's only two vertical lines, or only two lines which are vertical in column 1, now I can't make any of these lines or any of these cells in, because they would then, that would be too many vertical lines. So basically, sort of going into the bifurcation palette for a second, if I do make these all vertical lines, now there's nothing I can put here except a vertical line. And as soon as I make any of these a vertical line, it breaks column 1. So none of those would be vertical lines, except now that means they're out, which now means these two are vertical lines, except that puts them in, and that doesn't work. So that is true. So basically, if these three can't all be vertical lines, and at most two of these, if these three all can't be lines, so at most two of these are lines, at most two of these are lines, that needs to be a line. And it needs to be horizontal. Oops, I need to make it not bifurcation palette. Okay, surface blue line here, and I can green these two. Oops, not that one. Okay. And so now I need two lines in the cage. And so we noted there's only one way I can put two lines in the cage because of this this thing. So the only way I can put two lines in the cage is that vertical and that horizontal. And so that is done and that is done. These all can be blue. I'll fill in the corner in a second, but let me mark that in cage B, I have both of the straight lines accounted for. Let me go ahead and do that as well. You can be blue and you can be green. Okay. Welcome back, Qodec. I hope you're doing well. Okay, well, this is not the four-way for what it's worth. Uban. Uban indeed. Okay, so nothing else in this column is straight, which is kind of funny for this cell. So this cell has to be empty. Oh, excellent. Garion agrees with me. This cell now has to be empty because it has no choices. I think that the barrier to entry is high, but I have been finding it very worth it since I started doing it, Qodec. I haven't actually set one yet, but someday. So that now does that. And now we have our blank in B. So now everything else in B is in. And we know which one that one's going to be. Because now this is a corner. So that is done. And so now that is done in B. Okay, and so now the question is, where are the other two straights? So now these are the only two cells that can be the other two straights, so they have to look like that. Okay, and now we can mark that as done. Mark that as blue, and in fact, actually, now this is going to be forced to do that. It means these are the two straights here, which does that. This is a T. And now that column is done. Okay, and so there's only one vertical T in the cage in row in this row. At most, there could be 0. Oh, that's the vertical straight for cage A. Thank you. I was not going to notice that. Okay. So this is not a T. So therefore, oh, right. This is not a horizontal line. So it definitely connects up. And actually, because it's not a T, because the T in the column is horizontal, I know that this is a corner, but it can't be that corner because it would repeat that corner in the cage. So it's this corner instead. So we actually get to mark off that corner of B. So we get that. Okay, so right. And so now this cell, several people in chat have pointed out, now it can't be the same as that. So we get to extend this line out like that. Oops, not like that. So that is now a T. We can mark that out of B. There we go. Like that. Let's see. Oh, wow. That's uncanny. David points out now every single cell in blue connects down. Wow. I would not have seen that for a good 7 years or so. So we've got all of that, sort of just by force. Okay. This almost assuredly has to be where this one lives, but maybe not. I guess 2 of these are corners, 2 of these 3. The meta is cooler. Yeah, the meta, I mean, just from a setting point of view, that must be intentional and is insane. Cage B does already have its vertical. So these cells are all actually 3 or 4s. Okay, we've got one of those 2, by the way. So if this is a turn to the right, it definitely does interesting things to the... Sorry, if this is the turn to the left... Oh, this can never be a turn to the left. What am I talking... No, it could be. So... Right, okay. And we know which... These are actually a triple, if you look at it. These are a this, and this triple. Because those are the only things they can be. So those we kind of know where they are. If you like. And everything else now has to be one of these. So, yeah, I guess this is... Okay, yeah, so one of these is the T. Hey, Casey, how are you doing? I hope you have been well. I was trying to think about something like, oh, if I connect these 2, then it's those 2, and then this is that, but who cares? Surely someone cares, but I don't presently care. Oh, okay. I do know that there's only one T in this column. So one of these is the 4-way. This is not the 4-way. So one of these is one of these is one of those. And this is never a three-way, right? So we've got all of our three-ways except for that one, but we know one of these is a three-way and one of them's a four-way. And so that means that this is definitely a corner. So I can helper X there if we would like, because of sort of counting what is left. So one of these two is the vertical T, and one of them is the, and then the other two are turns. Okay. Row 6, column 4. Right. The other things that are left all don't go up, right? So just like before, nothing that is left ever goes up. Oops. And that's all the corners in row 5. Good point. So I can yellow that. You couldn't do green 5s? That is outright sinful. What are they doing, Casey? What is this world coming to? Okay, so do I get anything out of the fact that neither of these are corners? I don't think I immediately get anything out of it. Let's see. There's only one four-way in this column, for what it's worth. Kind of tempted to try like repurposing the argument about like, oh, if these are both gray, then that doesn't work. But yeah, the bottom left corner of C. Yeah, this is definitely a 0 or 1. I agree. Those are the only options. Oh, and funnily enough, it's either as... Funnily enough, that shape actually shows up in one of these two cells regardless. So we actually can mark that shape, funnily enough, is in one of those two cells. Because if this is in, it's that shape. And if this is out, this is in because it's in the cage and it's that shape. So we have sort of a weird corner mark of this in one of those two cells. Oh, you're right. Darn it. The row 7 one can go left. Dagnamit. Yes, this one can go left. Horrible. See, I'm making sense of Garian's point. There's always a connection between these two, regardless of which one is the 4. Okay, so of course, if this is the 4, then that connects. If this is the 3, then it either goes that way or it goes that way. And that's the 4. Right. So if this is the 4, it gets rid of the 3 that looks like this. So either this is the 4 or it's a 3. But if it's a 3, it's that 3 because we've already made that 3 look like that. So this always connects. That's a good spot. Oops. That way. So what we're saying is Oh, maybe not. Sorry. I was trying to say that we knew which way this T went, but I don't think we actually know which way that T goes yet, unfortunately. There are only 2 T's in this column, and this is one of them, by the way, is a thing that we should keep in mind because it will be relevant later. So if I make one of these two a T, that's going to be pretty difficult for purposes of that. It'll be all the T's for the column. Not necessarily a problem. Oh, okay. So the Martin has spotted this 3 here. It's already got 1 T. If these two connect, then that's all the T's in the row, and this would have to be a 4-way, except it can't be, because this is a 3-way, and if that was a 4-way, this would be a 4-way. So yeah, so these two can't connect. Martin has noted that, which now means that this is done. Means that we can orange that corner. Means that we know which way this 3 goes now. Sorry, line normal. No, line normal. This 3 now has to go this way. So this is done. We can orange off that 3. And so this cell now is one of the remaining things. Both of them connect to the right. So, oh, sorry, no. This one just is the remaining corner, right? This is the other corner, so this one has to go that way. And it's done. So that does that. This is blue. And now this is not a corner. And if it's not a corner, then it must be the remaining T coming up like that. So we get to go green, green. Wait, did I cheat? What were we whining about? I was using the fact that I'd already marked that this was definitely a corner. Was that the right indicates that I think, okay, looked right to you. Okay, good. Okay, so now that's done, which now oranges that. Okay, and so now this is the T, and so we can orange that. And so one of these is that 3, and one of these is the 4. But we've finished some clues now. So I've got the 2 T's in this column. I've got the 1 T in this column. Virtually, I guess. I should yellow it. I've got the 1 T. It's in one of these 2 cells. Let's see. This is blue. I can clean up some of these. Well, I guess I can clean up that one, and that one is what I can clean up. This is done because that's the 2 T's for this column, so we can green both of these. I don't think it's a huge deal, but we can. Okay. So I'm just kind of looking at 4-ways and noting I can't make... If this is a 4-way, this can't be a 4-way. Seems like a very relevant thing to notice. So actually, we've got 2 3-ways in this row already. So if this is a 3-way, then this is the last 3-way, which means this is not a 3-way or a 4-way. And if this is a 4-way, then this is not a 4-way. So this is never a 4-way, at least for what it's worth. It's maybe not the greatest deduction that humanity has ever made. Okay. Let's see. Gary says row 7, column 6 is always visited. Right. If this was unvisited, it would force that to be unvisited as well now. Correct. So this is always visited at least. I agree. And indeed, now we know one of these two is the four-way for this row, points out Emma. I don't quite know what to do with that yet. Okay, the minorest of deductions, but those two corners are done. Let's see. Okay, so this is not a corner. Yes. So that is a good way to prove that this has to be in. So Emma was sort of giving an alternate proof that this had to be in versus the sort of connection to this cell. I was hoping that we could use the border edge counting thing for cage B, but we cannot use the border counting edge thing for cage B. Because we now, funnily enough, know too much about cage B to use it. And we know too little about cage A and C to use it there. Okay, there's 4 corners in this column. We've used 2 of them so far, so there's 2 more corners in here. So let's see. These things are all 0, 1, 2 is the only options. Because they... Oh, maybe 4. Maybe they can be 4. They can't be 3s. That one, of course, can't be a 4. That one can't be a 4. Let's see. The row 5 corners being done does mean that, yeah, there's definitely a vertical T over in one of these cells. Do I know the vertical T isn't all the way at the end? And so not in the cage? This cell's just out because we have all the corners in the row, and this would be a corner if it was in. I think that's going to be very helpful. And now this can't be a corner, so it always goes up. Okay, I don't think I know anything exciting about this. I'm going to guess, okay, so this is the Doomsday uniqueness thing, where this one clue is now worthless, basically, and these two are useless to think about because one of these two is there to deduce the other, but basically it tells us we can't figure out which one until the rest of the puzzle is done. Is I think the right way to read into it when you encounter this in a Ubon puzzle. Because either it's going to turn out there's a 4-way in one of these two cells or it's not, and it's going to tell us whether these two are connected or not, and it's not really going to mean anything for any of the rest of the puzzle. Okay. here's a dumb deduction. This cell is in because if this cell is out, it creates a second vertical line right next to it. I can't imagine that this is useful, but I'm going to deduce it anyway. Likewise, same with this cell, actually. Naverio has a very cool U-Bahn puzzle, if you're into these sorts of things, that's called something like U-Bahn with empty cells, that has a lot of very neat deductions along that line, because the bonus rule of that puzzle is that every row and column has exactly one empty cell. If you're into any sort of U-Bahn puzzles, I would highly recommend that one. Okay, right. So far we have 2 verticals in this column. So this number is a 2 or a 3. And so we should keep that in mind. That's either saying 7 or 8 of these cells are all in. This could be out, and this could be a vertical line because it's not in the cage, right, Emma? Oh, no. That does add. That's too many things. That's too many things. Yeah, okay. So that's tricky for me to see, but I see it now. Yeah, that's sort of like, this is like a degrees of freedom thing. If I know about 5 more cells in the row out of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cells. If I make this out, it either makes this out or a vertical line, which is 2 cells that I don't know about in the row. I can't do anything that would put 2 cells I don't know about in the row. So therefore, this is in. That is the point. Basically, I have one thing I don't know about in the row, and it's either a blank or a 4-way or the other thing. So we get that. Let's see. So 3 lines over here. It's very tense what's happening in this row, but I can't figure out what to do with it. Like, if this is a 3-way, it's particularly restricted, because if this is a 3-way, then that has to be the 4-way, and this can't be a 3-way, so it will have to be just a turn. But I don't feel like I know quite enough as of yet. Let's see. I'm trying to think if I can deduce anything with this. T's in box A. Versus row clue, right? So we know, we can go back to the fact that we know there's 6 T's in these 2 rows, but there's only 4 T's at most in these cells. In fact, there's exactly 4 T's in these. So there's 1 more T outside of them. Got it. So the other T has to be there. Because there's this is Joie's point. Joie's point is that just by counting, there's only 1 more spot. 6 minus 4 is 2. That's one of the 2. But this is the only spot. 2 are out already, are they? Oh, crap. You're right. Sorry, 2 are out already. Sorry, I didn't see that one. Okay, so this is not a T. So this is another 0, 1, 2, I suppose. You also did. Okay, well, I'm glad I'm not alone in having not seen that one. It was very exciting when it had to be a T. I'll level with you. Okay. Yes, good job, Emma, at being able to count the 2 T's. In other news, when I do Yupon puzzles by myself, I break them a lot and often have to restart a puzzle that I've been working on for 3 hours. Can you see why? Let's see. Okay, so we know there's no T's in this column. So, like, this is a 0, 1, or 2 as well. If it's a 2, it goes like that for what it's worth, but I don't think it's worth anything. Can we do the same thing with corners, actually? The same thing that Joel was suggesting? Because there's 5 corners. I guess there's 5 corners. We currently have none of them. So one of these 2 exactly is a corner. But I don't think I know which of these is the corner. Joel says I know where the T in row 3 goes. There's 3 of them. It's not that one. So it's 2 of these 3 cells are T's. Which is the other cell I know is not a T? Not column 4. Oh, right, column 4. Right. Column 4 also not. Right, so... Right, column 4's T's are done. Right, okay, so yeah, so the only cells here that can be 3s are 3s. So all of these are 3s, and we can fill in what some of those look like. So, for example, this one I know what it looks like. And so it is done, and it can be ruled out of cage A. Let's see. These 2, I'm less sure. I mean, they're certainly in by virtue of the fact that they're 3s. Oops. What on earth? I was not, I promise, attempting to put a battleship clue into the grid. Right. One of these 2 is horizontal, so that means there's always a horizontal line connecting them. Very good. The 4 in this, I guess, is getting a little restricted, but what are you going to do? Okay, and there's only one more 3 in this row. And the 3 that's in this row is horizontal, I know. Can't this... Oh, right. Okay, yeah. So the vertical one... Got it. Okay, yeah. The vertical one can't be this one, is David's point, because if I made this the vertical one, it would be a duplicate. So this is the vertical one, which means this one is done. I can mark that on my handy dandy guide up here. I do really appreciate the inclusion of the cheat sheet. So these are both done. That means this one is horizontal, so I can at least do that. So that, yeah, that sounds actually like something that I would probably do, Emma, if there were a battleship. Okay, this is not a 2. Sorry, this is not a 1 is what I meant to say. This could be a 2. If this is anything, it's a 2. Otherwise, it's out. Okay, but that means that this is another cell that we don't know, that isn't one of the things we know about, which means that everything left in the row has to be one of the remaining corners, right? Because there's currently no corners, and so both of these have to be corners, is the upshot of all of that. Basically, this cell consumed Emma's degree of freedom from earlier, when it could no longer be one of the things that was clued in the cell, or in the row. So both of these are clued. That means they don't connect like that. So we have that as well. Okay, there are 4 total corners in this column. We know where 3 of them are, roughly at least. Okay, we still need a blank and a 4-way in this cage, at the very least. Okay, and the remaining 3, we have the remaining horizontal 3-way, for what it's worth. Okay, this cell's now a corner, I believe, because there can only be 2 corners in cages in this row, because there's already 2 corners in this cage, whereas there's 3 corners in this row. So this is now definitely in, and it's a corner. Oh, Emma says the same thing. Good. It's always very comforting. So that's all the corners for this column that we now know about. So we can sort of yellow mark that we know where the corners are. And so that means this is never a corner, and this is never a corner. And so now we know what happens to this corner, actually, or at least a little bit, because this now can't connect up, because it would make that into something it can't be. So this connects down. Oops. Connects. This connects down. And so it's done. And so I can mark off that corner. So I can get rid of that. Okay, and so yeah, so this is a 0 or a 2 again. Okay, all right, there's a... Yes, the 4-way is definitely in row 2 somewhere. Do I know where? Let me put it a different way. I don't know where. Do you know where? It looks like it kind of works okay, regardless. I was hoping that this would be a connectivity issue, but I don't think it's a connectivity issue. Let's see. Can this really be a corner? I don't think I see why it can't be a corner. No problem, Laura. But yeah, you're completely right. It is in one of those cells. Okay, and so this is, I guess it's worth noting, this is a 0 or a horizontal. Are there other options for where the horizontal could go? The horizontal assuredly is not going here or here. So I guess the horizontal could go here or here are the only other two places the horizontal could go. I don't know if that is at all interesting. Let's see. Let's see. Martin says this being empty creates two same corners. Which two? It certainly makes this corner look like that. Makes that horizontal. Uh, uh, row 3, column 4. Yeah, do I know that this isn't a T? I know there is a horizontal T in this. Okay, right. So the point is the remaining T is horizontal. So if this is out, this is a corner, and it's the same corner as that one. Okay, yeah, because it's because of the remaining one being horizontal. Okay, yeah, so this is in all instances. Let's see. And it can't be the horizontal line either, because if this is a horizontal line, it creates the same problem. Because if this is horizontal, it makes these two corners the same again. So this can only be 1, 3, or 4. I'm checking to see if I think 4 is a problem. Unfortunately, I don't think 4 is a problem. Oh, wait, they can't be the same corner. Or they can be the same corner because that one's not in the cage. Damn it. You're completely right. Yes, this one's not in the corner. But other than that, yeah, this is the one that's not in the cage, so it doesn't matter. Let's see. Hey, Selena, how are you doing? We did a set puzzle without you. I'm sure you are crushed to learn. Uh, I'm trying to relate the fact that the horizontal three ways in row 2 and row 3 are different. But it is not, my brain is not cooperating if that is the thing I'm supposed to figure out. Maybe that's why Sudoku Pad didn't like it, because it's a set puzzle. I also carefully explained region branch parity, assuming that that was going to be the whole point of the puzzle, and I don't think that it does anything. Let's see. Straights in column 7. There's 3 of them. So if it's one of these two, it's vertical. Or could be both of those even. I guess I don't really know anything about C yet. But I mean, in all cases, I guess I know I can put at most 2 straights in these cells. Because I can't repeat cells. Row 2, column 7 can't be straight by the... Right. Sorry, this region already has verticals. Right, this region already has verticals. So in these all of these cells, that is at most 2 total straights. Okay, so then either at the top or the bottom, I have to have a vertical line. Sorry, horizontal line. Yeah, there's either horizontal line here or horizontal line here, or of course could be both. Okay, so if this is out, this is so in this column there are 4 things, and so João says if this is out, of course that's out, and this is out now, and so that means there's 4 corners just in these 5 cells. I don't see... right. Sorry. Yes, row clue. So it just breaks instantly because this cell can't be a corner. Now that can't be a... Oh, no, sorry. This cell could be a corner. It would be okay if this cell was a corner, because I'm not saying the cell's out. I'm just saying the cell's not a corner. Right. Okay, so it would have to go corner, corner. And what's wrong with putting 3 corners in this cage in this column? Oh, but there's duplicates because there's only two shapes of corner that you can actually put in an edge like that, right? So over here, the only corners I can possibly put are these 2 corners, right? And so that's complicated, but cool. So I would put 3 of these 2 types of corners that would definitely repeat. So that was if this was out, just to go over that again. If this is out, sorry, it's if this is out, then it forces all of that to be out. And so now I need to make 4 corners in these cells, except that one can't be a corner by the row. So all of these would be corners, and the problem is 3 of them are in the cage, and they come from only 2 flavors. That is a pretty big look ahead, but it is cool, and it at least uses the cage logic in an interesting way. So it seems like the sort of thing that might be intentional. So that is in. So now one of those 2 cells is the one that is out. Yeah, cage A only has 2 places for an empty cell. Now. Yeah, silly row 4-1. Row 4-1 has been a giant pain. Let's see. Right. We said there's only one vertical, Right. Okay, so yeah, we can think about what this can be. And so we have to sort of think about this carefully again. What can this actually be? Oops, not 5, 6. Okay, so it's not a 0. It's not a 4 because it's on the border. It's actually not a 3 because the only vertical 3 in the row is here by this VHH business. And it's not a 2 because the 2 it would be is vertical, and we've already used that one. So this is a corner. That is a very good point. So this is definitely a corner, looking like that. And so it's either going to go up or down from there. It's one of these two, Nicholas. This is a 3 and a 4. We don't know which yet, though. We've used both of the pointy left corners, because this is a pointy left corner, this is a pointy left corner. So we sort of have a virtual pointy left corner pair. Yeah, row 3, column 5 is done. It's marked as done. Green means there aren't any more things going into this. Okay, so this is not a pointy left corner. So this is therefore a 3 or a 4. No problem, Nicholas. I was just making sure I understood what you were saying. I know we're in a slightly different color palette than normal. There was a amusing this is a 3 or a 4. There was an amusing bit where this puzzle crashed Sudoku Pad because Sudoku Pad kept trying to compute all the possibilities for size 12 killer cages. Right. And so if this is a 3, it's horizontal. And if it's a 4, it's a 4. So chat's point is, therefore, this always extends like that. This is now... Oops. I don't know how I keep doing this. This is now not a corner because it extends left. And so when I actually write this down, this is now a 2, 3, or 4 itself. And again, regardless of whether it is a 2, 3, or a 4, it extends to the right. Because if it's a 2, of course, it's a horizontal line. If it's a 3, it's a horizontal T. And if it's a 4, it extends every direction. So, of course, it extends that one. So that finishes that cell. Fills in the sizes for 12 with values from 78 to 138. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, so this is out, or it's a corner. It would be that corner. Oh, the 2 in this row is placed now. Oh, I don't know that there is a 2. Dagnammit. Hey, Elatron, how are you doing? If this isn't a 2, the 2 is there. And that's out. I don't know if that matters at all. It may or may not matter at all. I'm doing pretty well. Finding this to be a rather challenging puzzle, but we're making it through, I think. Okay, right. These corners can now be... these corners are no longer provisionally done. They are just done, Nicholas points out. Let's see. Okay. Maybe it's worth remembering I know this cell isn't a four-way. So it is only a 1, 2, or 3. And it could be a 3 as long as that's a 4. But I do still need a four-way in this column, and maybe that's getting a little bit interesting. The only place... Oh, no, I can't put... Okay, I can't put a four-way here. Okay, so the four-way in this column is definitely in C, is the point now. Because I can't put a four-way there anymore. And so now I can put a four-way there, there, not there. So one of these is a four-way. And that gives me at least a little bit of sense of where the four-way is in C. Which I think means I now have to think about where the four-way is in this row, because it's now placed. It's now there, because I can't put a four-way over in either of these places. So now that's my four-way. So this is a four-way, and this is a three-way. Can delete these. I can mark that. I can mark those two, and B. B is now completely done. Let's see. So we've got our four-way here. We've got just 2 three-ways so far. So I have one more. Oh, row 5 now needs a 4. But that 4 can annoyingly be here or here. Sadly. This can't be a four-way anymore. That's true. So one of these two is a four-way, which means they're definitely both in and definitely connected vertically, whichever of them is a four-way. I agree with that. I was mentally trying to imagine if this is a four-way, if it forces some sort of nonsense, but I do not see it. If it does, it may well force nonsense. The most infuriating clue ever. Right. This is not a corner. So if I look at it, this can only be a 3 or a 4. And these can only be 0, 3, or 4. Well, this one can't be a 4, and that one can't be a 4. It can only be 0 or 3. Okay, does the fact that these can't be corners do we have more to know about this this 4 now? If I don't use that, then I've got to use 2 corners in here and 1 down here. Oh, they could be 2s. I don't know why I said they couldn't be 2s. Because that one couldn't be a 2, and therefore my brain said these can't be 2s. But of course, these can be 2s. Okay, so yeah, so... Okay, I guess I already... That's right. I already knew that wasn't a 4-way. I kind of know where the 4-way is in this disaster of a column. So this is not a horizontal T, which is the only kind of T. It's not a 4-way. So, and it's not... Isn't this only a 0 or a 1, actually? I think this is only a 0 or a 1, because it can't be a line, because it would be a vertical line. It can't be a T, because the remaining T in this row is horizontal. And yeah, and that's it. So it's either 0 or it's a 1. this is 1 or 3 or 4. A lot of options as it would happen. Oh, so yeah, so now where's the horizontal line in A? Isn't the horizontal line in A? Oh, no, crap, it's still not. Still 2 options for where the horizontal line in A is. So we have this weird chain of causality where if this cell is not a 2, then this cell is a 2, and this cell is out of the puzzle, and this 3 points down like this. This is a corner that looks like this. It can't be a horizontal line because this cell is done, Nicholas. We did do that earlier, Selena. It was very nice. Which is what everyone ultimately fantasizes about. Okay, in this column, we still need our 3 lines. And we've got at most 2 in here. And so again, we know at least one of these is a line that is horizontal. Is my Sudoku pad blue-gray a little easier for your eyes to distinguish? I have sort of like I've tried for my Sudoku pad one to have sort of like a slightly blue-tinged gray for my off color so that it was visible but not obtrusive. Let's see. If row 4, column 4 is out, there is no horizontal line in A. That's true. That's pretty easy to see once someone says it, because if this is out, then that one goes up there, and this isn't a horizontal line. So I agree. This is in. Okay, so so yeah, if this is a 2, then it goes like that. If this is a 1, then it connects there. The top right corner of box C goes in row 7 or row 8. Like in one of these cells. Oh, the corner piece for... Oh, you mean that one. Column 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Are we talking about this corner? I'm confused about So you're saying if this is out and I don't get this here, then I get... Isn't the one above it go the other way? If row 8 is blank, this is a corner going this way, right? Okay, let's see. I suspect we probably have a vertical and horizontal line in this cage. Although I guess we're kind of running out of spots to put that, but necessarily. One of these is a 4-way. Let's see. The L, the gamma, the 7, and the J. Excellent, excellent. I do know there's one more 3-way in this row, but I don't know what shape it is. I don't think. Yeah, we don't have a whole lot of clues left. Sort of trying to like mentally wrap my brain around like, oh, maybe I know that something isn't out because something. But I don't think I do. Let's see, this is not a T. Right, this is not a T because the corner tells me it's not a T. Good. So this either extends both ways, up and down, or it doesn't extend either. See, if this is a 2, that's a 0, that's a 1. Oh, is this the only spot for downward pointing? Oh, no, sorry. Downward pointing horizontal T is in one of these two spots, I guess. I was looking at the two horizontal T shapes. Upward pointing horizontal T, though. Is this the only spot for upward pointing horizontal T in A? I think it is. Because I can't... Yeah, I think this is the only spot I can put upward pointing horizontal T. Do we agree with that assessment, or am I missing one? Row 2, column 4, the column has all its T's already. So I think this is the only place, which is, I think, going to do a lot if people agree that I'm right. So that makes both of these be done. That gets me the upward pointing and that corner. Now that places the 4-way here, because now that can't be the 4-way, so now that's the 4-way. So we've got that, which has finished that, which now means that these two are done. So those are blue and blue and blue. Like that. I can get rid of my corner 4 over there. Now the only place for an empty is there. Good point. So, and now that the empty is placed, now this is the only place for a horizontal 2. And so now this is a corner. Like that. Oh, and this is a corner, of course, once I do that. And now this is a T of undetermined character. Okay, so now I can tick off some more things. So I got that corner in there. Sorry, I got that corner in there. I got the horizontal line in there. I got the empty cell in there. Okay, so one of these is the T and one of them is the four-way. Oh, what is this? I must have. Oh, right. This is that. Sorry, I have that that corner marked as it has to go somewhere, but I don't know exactly where. Well, now I know exactly where it goes. Because now that is done. Because that's done. So that's going to do a bunch of things. Like it's going to gray this. It's going to chase this line around to there. So that is done. That's just blue. Okay. That was a lot of progress, it feels like. So these are a 3-4 pair, these two cells over here. Okay, now, funnily enough, I think the point is that whichever of these is the 3 is going to force this to be the 2, because it's going to have to... It's going to have to end. So actually, yeah, so whichever of these doesn't connect, I'm actually going to get this whole row in here regardless. So all of this connection is going to happen regardless of what else I do with my life. How is this possibly going to resolve? Oh, it's going to resolve by this 3. I see. Okay, so that 3 clue is not actually going to be useful, is what you're telling me. Okay, this has become a corner. So I can mark that and mark off that corner, which is that corner. That cross is marked off. Let's see. Row 1, column 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. Turns down, then row 1, column 3 is stranded, since row 2, column 3 would be a 3. What? Isn't it just a question of whether I draw a vertical line there or a vertical line there? Doesn't it work out either way? Oh, it was done. Okay, whatever we're talking about. Okay. So in this column somewhere, I have to put this because it either goes here or this is gray, in which case this is gray because it can't be a corner, and then it goes there. So this thing, I kind of know where it goes. Namely, it goes in the last column. I don't know that that's super useful, but I think it's true. Row 8, column 7 is also a horizontal line. Can only get one straight in C. I can't make that a horizontal and that a vertical. Why not? So it looks to me like that could be horizontal and vertical. Okay, so that's true. The the corners in row 2 are officially done. And hopefully the corners in row 3 are officially done. As are the T's. Okay, so the point is actually I can't put 3 lines in these cells, I believe is the ultimate point of what Emma is saying. Because I could make this a horizontal line, in which case I could make this a vertical line, but then I can't make this anything. If I don't make this a horizontal line, now I can make this a horizontal line, but then I certainly can't fit a vertical line in either of these cells. So this always needs to be a line. So that finishes, which means this connects like that, and these finish in order that we finish this row. And now we have finished A. We can get rid of the 3, 4 there. So we've got all of that. So at the very least, I guess I don't know whether it's horizontal or vertical. I was going to say at the very least, I feel like we've gotten the vertical line, but we don't have to. We could have 2 horizontal lines, one here, and then one in one of these 2 rows. This can't be a horizontal line, though, for whatever it's worth. Because if this is a horizontal line, then I break my ability to put a vertical line anywhere in this cage in this column. Oh, that's not true. Never mind. That could be there. Row 8, column 7 is always visited. If this is unvisited, can't I put a horizontal there and there, or there and there? Something like that. The other row 8 column... Oh, this row 8, column 7. Right. If this is unvisited, then that's not going to work. Yeah, right. Okay, so this is always in. Agree with that. Okay, what other smart things am I supposed to say here? So yeah, this really wants to go here or here. It doesn't have to, but this is a 1. That's empty, and that's a 2. A slightly weird thing to note. Do I know anything about where the 4-way is in this cage? That's probably worth contemplating. Yes, I know where the... Oh, I've already marked where the 4... Never mind. This 4-way is done, by the way. Yes, we have the 4-way. Unfortunately, it's even marked. Yeah, that's the kind of thing I was hoping for, David. Yeah, so if this cell, for example, if this cell is gray, David's point works, because if this cell is gray, it makes both of these vertical lines. So this cell, by David's argument, is there. Or is in. Let's see. Are there any other places we can apply a similar argument? Row 8, column 6 being empty, says Martin, makes row 7, column 7, and row 7, column 8 both vertical straights. Right, because if this is empty, then I get a thing here, and now I need to make this straight, but now that also has to be straight, and I can't make a horizontal vertical, right? Okay, yeah, so I can't have this be a 1. It will break the world. So this is in. Good, and we get that, which is going to give us a few check marks. So that will check off that shape. Can get rid of that. This is certainly no longer a 2. So it is a 1 or a 3. But if this is a 1, that's the same 1 that this was. So this can't be a 1. Because if this was a 1, it's done, and this is exactly that. So this is not a 1, it is a 3. And in particular, this definitely connects down. And so we know that it's done. So that is done, and that is done. Can do that. This probably isn't a vertical line. Yeah, if this is a vertical line, then I break the world. Because if this is a vertical line, I can't fit any horizontal lines in any of these. Oh, no, I could fit one there. Never mind. Sorry, I would have to fit one there. But that is okay. In fact, actually, there has to be a horizontal line in this column somewhere. If you look at it, because there's nowhere else to put a horizontal line, and it's certainly not there. It could be there or there. One of these two has to be a horizontal line. And so whichever of them is a horizontal line, it does get me an X there. Oh, row 7 is fully T'd is a good point. Okay, so if this were to be a T, it would be okay. If this were to be a corner, it would be okay. If this were to be a horizontal line, I think it would also be okay. So I think we're good in all instances there. Let's see. Row 7, column 7. It's either empty or vertical straight. Both corners that point to the right have been taken. Yes, both corners that point to the right have been taken. So, right, so this can only be a 2 or a 3. And so, in particular, it always contains that. Oh, sorry, or it could be empty. Sorry, or it could be empty. Oh, and it can't be a 3 because there's a 3 in the row. Okay, so in particular, there's never a connection there. So this is a 0-2 pair. Right? Because if this is a vertical 2, then that's gray. If this is gray, then that's a vertical 2. So actually, these are a weird 0-2 pair. So that means everything else is in. So that's in, and that's in, and that's going to be in as soon as I draw in this line. Oops. As soon as I draw in this line. So that is not a 0. So it's a 2 or a 3, and whether it's a 2 or a 3, it definitely goes down like that. Oh, this is just forced. It can't turn up because it would make a second 4-way. So this has to go that way. And so these are all done. Oops, sorry. Done, 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 done. And let me mark those off, and let me make sure not to mark off this one, because this one is not in the cage. Oh, well, fortunately, it's already done, so I can only screw it up so badly. Let's see. We did get that corner. We got our horizontal line. We got that T. I think that's it, perhaps. Okay. This cell now can't be out, because if it is out, it will create another horizontal line. Because there's already a horizontal line in here. So this cell's in, which means this cell is out. I think I did that slightly differently than chat did. So that lets me turn here. This has become a vertical line. This is also out. So, oh, I was briefly afraid. I thought I saw that I had 2 of the same corner. Okay, so this is that corner. So that corner's done. This is a vertical line. So vertical lines are done. I do have my 4 corners in this column. This corner is already done, so I have to connect it over to there. Okay, and it seems to agree that we have solved the puzzle. Let's see, because that will take care of those 2. And the empty cell we placed. So, and that is done. And we've got our 1, 2, 3 corner, sorry, our 1, 2, 3 straight lines in this column. So this should be orange. And we can get rid of the X's for clarity. Very nice little puzzle. I did not ever use the branch parody stuff that I thought the puzzle was going to be about, so I carefully explained it at the beginning and then did not use it. Let's see, we can show the time. The time was 1 hour and 43 minutes. Not too bad. Although, yeah, right, 1 hour and 43 minutes. Yep. So yeah, not bad. I know what I'm getting into when I do Woofer Jacob puzzles. I know that I am going to be in for a couple hours of stuff at least. It was a nice Ubon lesson. I've used it in Ubon puzzles, like, I don't know, like a very small number of times. I know that it's true, and I've used it every once in a while, but it's very difficult to find a place where you can use it. And I thought for sure I assumed the entire reason that Woofer thought of this rule set was because Woofer really liked this fact, because it takes up about half of Woofer's guide to Ubon is explaining this fact. And so I assumed that Woofer just came up with these rules to force people to learn that fact. But I think it turns out that that is not why Woofer and Jacob came up with this rule set. It's still a very cool rule set. For what it's worth, I think it would be way more interesting if rather than being extra regions, it was just cages where you couldn't repeat stuff. Which is, maybe I'll try and make that. Although I kind of want to just say cages where the cages have size at most 5, where you're not allowed to repeat any of the shapes, not including the orientation. It felt a little, I really enjoyed the puzzle, but it feels a little brain jarring to me to in a Ubon puzzle suddenly care about the difference between the 2 kinds of corners, or the 4 kinds of corners. But it was very sort of interesting. And the other cage puzzle where it was actually that Woofer did, that we did 2 streams ago now, it was all the things in the cage have to be the same unless they're blank. I kind of want to see all the things in the cage have to be different unless they're blank, but maybe with the more traditional different, or maybe with this kind of different. I don't know. I suppose I will have to contemplate and play with it and see what I find from it. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break, have some liquid, and I'll come back and I'll do another quick puzzle. So it will not be a Ubon, I can promise. But I'll be back in just a moment. All right, welcome back. Ooh, more Selena puzzle recommendations. I have enjoyed all the Selena puzzle recommendations that I have taken in the past, I believe. Uh, uh, let's see. Okay, so we have here a puzzle by Bearded Fool. I think this is the first Bearded Fool puzzle that I have done. And it involves these Kropke buttons. So the gray circles basically indicate how many of each type of Kropke dot can be placed in these four sort of bordering cells. So, for example, basically, the fact that this is black says that there's a black dot relationship across all of these. Likewise for each of these and each of these. And so black dots, remember, mean 2 to 1. White dots mean consecutive. Now, it is all possible. And so these are so these clues actually say something. It's not just telling you, oh, I can find that. It's telling me that's everything. Okay, so I guess the first thing I notice is that these two are the same digit. Because, like, imagine if I go like 6, 7. If I now go 8, now I'm toast. The only way this possibly works is if these two are the same digit. So we can relish these to make that work. Oh. It can't, so there has to be a repeat, but it doesn't have to be both repeated. Okay, right. Right, okay, so yeah, there has to be a repeat. Sorry, you're right. I'm going to make my white dots yellow, by the way. Okay. So I can also do a little silly Sudoku here, which is that there's one black dot relationship that I already know about from this one. So I know that all of these are white dots and all of these are white dots. Okay, and I do know that these are from 1, 2, 4, 8. Because the only way you can get sort of three black dot digits in a row is with that. With the these can't be 1 or 8 because 1 and 8 would put a double 4 or a double 2 on either side. The Nabner colored X means they're consecutive. Yes. Maybe that notation was not the best choice. It's possible. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, so one end of this is a 1, 8. I don't know which end. It sort of feels like I really want to pressure this, but I don't quite see that yet. Yeah, we can have a third color for no dot. That's fine. Yeah, we can say these are no dot. These are no dot. Okay, so this one also gives me some extra no dots that I can place because I know that's the consecutive one. Let's see. Okay. Fourth one for some dot of unknown color. That might be overdoing it. Okay, and so I know that, like, I've got a 2 and 4 in here. I know I've got a 2 and 4 in here. So if this is from the 1, 2, 4, 8 family, it's got to be the other 2, 4 and a 1, 8. But I don't necessarily know that's a problem, but I sort of feel like the deduction I'm supposed to be making is that this is 3, 6, but I don't see how to make that deduction, despite the fact that I think it's what I'm supposed to be doing. Okay. Actually, maybe what I'm supposed to do is notice that 2 and 4 are 2 of the even numbers gone. The even number on these white dots is 6 or 8. So these are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Noting every white dot has one even and one odd digit. So these numbers are at least big. for what it's worth. So these numbers are at least 4 while we're at it. Okay, so those numbers are big. I don't know that that tells me a whole lot, but we'll attempt to roll with it. Let's see. There's exactly one black dot relationship in here. So not all of 5, 7, and 9 are on this this thing, I guess. Yeah, let's see. Can I do anything with 5, 7, 9s anywhere? Can't have 1 here because they'd have 2s on both sides of them. What's wrong with having 2s on both sides of them? Like if this were a 1 and these were both 2? Oh, right. Sudoku. Okay, yes. If this is a 1, right, because this is a relationship. Right. This is a relationship, a situationship, if you will. And so if this is 1, then the dot of unknown color that AFK was mentioning would put 2s both there and there. So these aren't 1s. Okay, that's good. So I think that means these aren't 4s. Because if these were 4s, it would go 4, 2, 1. So those aren't 4s. Is not the biggest deduction that humanity has ever seen, but it is technically something. So one of these definitely is a 4, for what it's worth. Oh, right. There's no 4 anymore over here. So actually, the 8 doesn't pair with anything. So actually, these are a 1-2 pair. Okay, and this 4 does look up. So one of these goes 1, 2, 4, and one of these goes 2, 4, 8. In either case, neither of these are ever a 2. So there's not an 8 up here either. So in fact, the even number on this dot is 6. By this sort of bouncing around. So the black dot here is a 1, 2, 4, 8 black dot. Yes, certainly there's no 9 if there's no 8. And these are from 5, 6, 7. So these can't be 9 either because there's no 8 over here. But there could be an 8 on this side. That I don't know. Okay. I'm still trying to think about evens with 2, 4, 8, but it's not getting me anywhere immediately. I guess I should maybe think about where 1, 2, 4, 8, 1, 2, 4, and 8 are going in this box. Like in particular, where are 4 and 8 going in this box? I can't put them both here, so one of 4 and 8 at least is up here. But if I throw in 2, 4, and 8, that's kind of interesting, actually. So, like, I think, actually, this box, the fact there's only one black dot here is going to be really powerful once I sort of figure out what to do with it. Let's see. The row 6, 7, 8 dot can no longer be black. It would break one of the other dots. Oh, this dot is not black, is what you're saying. If this was black, Right. Okay, so yeah, it would imply that there was a white dot in both of these, and if there's a white dot in both of these, then I don't get a 2-to-1 ratio here. I'm trying to figure out the nice, elegant way to say this. These would both be odd. There we go. If these are both white, then this digit is odd, or then these digits are both odd, and so one can't be double the other. That's the nice way to see it. So this digit is always white because I can't make both of those white. That's the nice way, I think. So we know that these two are consecutive. So one of these is a 4 or 8. So there's either a 4-8 pair here or a 4-8 pair here. And so that means the 8 in this box is in this column. Because there's 2 8s either there and there or there and there. Yeah, and there's a white dot involving the 8. That's true. So we've got a 7, 8, 9 business going on over here. I agree. Got one black dot relationship. Yes. These can't be black dots because they'd have to be 4, 8, and we know there's a 2 and a 4 in both of these. So the black dot in this relationship is here. So these two dots are nothing. And in particular, Selena points out that there are no 2s or 4s running along here left, so this needs to be 3, 6. Agree. So the black dot on here is from 1, 2, 4 specifically, and definitely involves a 2, funnily enough. This is a weird deduction, but the black dot on here can't be 3, 6, and it can't be 4, 8, so it involves a 2. Wherever that might happen to live. So yeah, so one of these has all of 1, 2, 4, and 8 gone. Both of these have 2, 4, and 8, or all of these cells have 2, 4, and 8 gone. Let's see. 3, 6 here. So the black dot here can only... Oh, no, the black dot here is just never 3, 6. Because the 6 is over there. So the black dot here does involve the 1, 2, 4, 8 flavor. But unfortunately, we can put 3 of 1, 2, 4, and 8 on this dot as long as we do something like 1, 4, 8. So if this is a 4, there's a 1 on the dot. And if this is an 8, there's a 4 on the dot. So actually, like, this digit dictates exactly what happens with this, with the black dot here. I guess I also know that 1 could be on the dot, because if 1 is on the dot, then it's the black dot. But 3 is never on this dot. So 3, because 3 would be a white Oh, no, sorry. 3 could be a white dot with 1 and just be opposite. Sorry, I'm getting used to how this works. Row 8, 9, column 3, 4. Can't be 3, 6 anymore by row 7. Right. Okay, so yeah, if these were 3, 6, that's very cute. If these were 3, 6, none of these could be 3, 6. Couldn't I put a 3 and 6 there? Wouldn't that be okay? I think it's okay if I have 3 and 6. Oh, you're asking. Okay, sorry. You're not caring about this at all. You're asking about where do 3 and 6 go in this row, and now the answer is they both go there. Right. Okay, so yeah. So if these, so this can't be 3, 6, because if this were 3, 6, right, it would indeed put 3 and 6 both in this cell. So this is 1, 2, 4, 8. And so this is a 1, 2, 4, 8 quadruple. And so everything else that's left, right, and we know that there's a 2 on this, so there's no 2 here. And if there's no 2, then there's no 1. And if there's no 2 over here, then there's no 1 over there. And so that's a 4, 8. Right. And so that means that these are 4, 8, which now means that we at last get a digit, which is this 1. Big Zach is excited. Big Zach is very happy with all of the setters who've been putting 1s in their puzzles lately, because Big Zach gets to participate. Ba-boop, ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wow! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop, 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 ba-doop. There are some safety concerns about Big Zach doing the 5 dance, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. 4, 8, 2, 4. One of these was an 8, so it's that one. And now I need 8 to have no relationship with these, and I need 7 or 9 to have no relationship with those. I do have to be careful about 7, 6 as a combination. So now the 4 is on this by my previous note. So the 4 is here. Oh, right. Sorry, I keep forgetting this. There's a 2-4 relationship somewhere on here, but that doesn't mean, but these can't be 2-4. Or they could be 2-4, in which case then the relationship could be something else. I keep thinking it's the number of relationships for all the pairs, but it's not all the pairs. It's only the ones that end up adjacent. I have sort of implied that repeatedly as a thing. Okay, so there's no 4s on this giant conflagration of black dots, which means if this giant conflagration of black dots was from the 1, 2, 4, 8 universe, it would need to be just 1s and 2s. In fact, it would be 1, 1, 2, 2. That doesn't sound great to me. But the problem with 1s and 2s is that it puts a 1 in one of these 2 spots and a 2 in the other, which breaks with the white dots. So that doesn't work. So these actually are a 3, 6 pair. Or quad, or whatever you like. They're a 3, 6 conflagration. So these are the good old 2, 4, 7, 9. And this one, if you look at it, very conveniently, 7, 9. No, not 7, 9. Let's try again. 2, 4, 5, 7. But in any case, this 5, 7 tells me which one this is, because this can't be 2 or 4, and it's white dots a 3, 6. So this has to be the 6, which makes that the 6, makes that the 3, and makes that the 3. And And so now this is a none two-digit that's consecutive with 3, so it's a 4. This is a number which is consecutive with both 4 and 6, so it's a 5. And so we get 5 or 7 there, and we get 2 or 4 here. Oh, but these need to be consecutive with each other, so that's 4 and 5. Okay. Okay, so there's no 4 over here. The 1 in this row is quite restricted. You're right. This is definitely not a black dot. So this is a white dot or nothing. So these two could theoretically be a black dot, although if they were, they would be 1, 2, which I don't think works. So yeah, so these can't actually be a black dot because they don't have a 4 on them, so they would be 1, 2. But 1, 2 would not let me put any consecutive things. So this is a nothing dot. Or sorry, so this is the black dot. Sorry, I argued with you, or I argued for you that that's not a black dot and that's not a black dot. So that is, which makes this a 2 or an 8. And now, oh, this can't be a white dot now because it would have to be 4 or 6 and it can't be either. So this is the white dot and this is the nothing dot. If this is a 2, then this would end up being a 1 because it can't be a 3. If this is an 8, then this is a 7 or a 9. So we have that. Let's see. Oh, I know one of these two is a 4. I'm going to mark just by sudoku. Maybe it's not super exciting. Let's see. Okay, I probably should go back to thinking about this. And how neither of these cells can be 5, that's for sure, or 3. Right, okay, so 5 is actually placed in this box, is the point. Because one of these two is 4. If there were a 5 on this black dot, then it would be next to the 4. And so, therefore, the only place the 5 can go is there. Because 5 and 4 would white dot each other, and they would be next to each other. So this is a 6, 7 pair now. I think that can still be anything from 5, 6, 7, 8, actually. Regrettably. Yes, the 3 here, right. Okay, so yeah. So 3, similarly, is looking across. So there's no 3 in those cells, so the 3 has to be somewhere, so it's there. So it turned out that was the black dot, and that was the white dot. Yeah, now 6 in this box, if we write at it, goes, in fact, exactly there. So that's 6 and that's 4. And now this can never be a black dot, so that has to be the black dot. So this is the black dot. These are all nothing dots. And that has become an 8, which means that is a 7 or a 9. The 1 in this box now has to go here. And now this is the 7 or the 9, but it can't be the 7. So that's the 9 and that's the 7. So yes, this red dot is not going to help us a lot, is Selena's point. Because because there's no evens to even possibly put on it. This cell has to be a 5. Because if this cell's not a 5, these are a 1-9 pair, and these are a 5-6 pair. So that cell's a 5. Oh, let's see. I'm being encouraged to contemplate the nature and purpose of these cells as well. Let's see. There's one black, and then there's 2 whites. Well, this one definitely isn't anything. So that's my X. So these are each white or black. So these are each some button. And in particular, oh, sorry, they're both white, right? They're both white. I mean, I don't know how I thought I was going to make a black dot with this anyway. But anyway, they're both white. This is a white dot. It has to be an 8 there. So that's a 4. This is a white dot. That has to be a 5 there. So that is an 8, and that is a 4. Okay, let's paint in these cells. These can't both be 3, 6. But these could be 6, 7, for example. Let's see. That is no longer able to be a 5. This row has a missing digit, which is a 7, which we'll fill in. So now there's no 7 up here. There has to be an odd number up here, so there has to be a 5, which means that there's no 8. So these are 5, 6, 6, 7. Okay, so there's no 6 down here. So actually, these aren't 3 or 9. These are 6, 7. And if I put the 6 here and the 7 here, it doesn't work. So I have to put the 7 here and the 6 here so that I get my white dot, white dot. If I put them in the other order, I don't get 2 white dots. And so this is the nothing dot. Let us see. I know that's definitely not a black dot, funnily enough, because 2, 4, and 3, 6 are all knocked off it. So that's never the black dot. This can only be the black dot. This is not even on that dot. Never mind. Yeah, and I do know the black dot on this is not 3, 6. And it's not 4, 8. So it's either there, in which case it could be 8 and 4 going across, or it's going down, in which case it could be 1 and 2, or maybe 2, 4. Let's see, column 6, Laura does the math for me and tells me there's a 1, 8 pair left. Thank you. Let's see. Okay, let's see. By Sudoku, there's a 4 in one of these 2 cells. There is a 3 in one of these cells as well, just by looking at this. So that's a hidden pair there. So there's a 5 now in one of these 2 cells. Do I have any clue as to what this is? I know it's not a 7, so this is a 2 or a 9, for what it is worth. Let's see, what about this cell? This cell is only a 1 or a 2. Okay. So one of these is a 2, I guess I know. But that doesn't tell me much, I don't think. Oh, 8 in box 5 is definitely in one of these 2 cells for what it's worth. I don't know which one, I don't think yet. I do know there is a bonus on here, and that bonus is a 7 for sure. Because I need something that's consecutive with 5 or 6, and it's not going to be a 4, so it's got to be a 7. Uh-oh. Oh, I see. So the point is this is the white dot. Because I can't possibly separate the dots, right? As noted. So this is the other white dot, and these are nothings. Although the fact that they're nothings isn't going to be super useful. And so this has an 8 on it, because it needs an even, and it's not 2, 4, or 6. So this is from 7, 8, 9. Sorry, it's 8, 9, which makes that a 1. Which makes that a 2 and a 9. Makes that an 8. That has become a 7. We can probably like pencil in some of this stuff now. Let's see, that's a 1, 9 pair, so that's a 3. These are a 2, 7 pair. Let's see. Okay, so if this is not the black dot, is there any black dot this could possibly be? It would have to be 4, 8 is what it would have to be. I think that's okay. Oh, there's a significant problem with this being 4, 8, which is that this digit is 8. That solves the problem. So this is not 4, 8. So now the only place for the black dot is here, which makes this 2, 4, and that's a 3. Makes that a 4 over there. These are of unknown specificity. This one's definitely not a 1, though, so that one is. Oh, also neither of these are 7, so that one's a 5. Which makes that a 6 and a 5, makes that a 7 and a 6, makes that a 2 and a 7. Good. I think we can probably mark the rest of the grid now. Maybe slightly premature markage, but we'll get by. Okay, we'll mark that. Okay, so these can't be a 1, 2 pair, so that's a 5. Yes, the white dot ended up being horizontal. Sorry, I missed that. Have I marked all the dots? No, I haven't marked where this white dot is yet. Okay, so there's still a white dot yet for us to discover. Okay, and we will discover it together momentarily. 2 doesn't go next to 3. So this is a 7 or a 9. Let's see. No combination of those do anything bad. Oh, this is a 7, 9 pair, though. So that's a 3. Means that is not a 3. Okay, so this can't be a 6, which now means that is a 6, which is the exact thing that I kept forgetting was possible, the entire thing. So neither of those are 1. That's a 7, 9 pair, which makes that an 8 and a 3. 9. Oops, I put the 9 in the wrong place. 9 and 8, 2. So no 2 there. That's a 1, 7, 9, so that makes that a 2. Okay, and so either these are consecutive or these are consecutive. But that can't be a 7 at the same time That is a 1. So this can't be a 9 because it would make there be 2 white dots on this, is what I'm saying. So that is a 1 or a 7. There's a red X here, which will make this much easier than the thing I was trying to do. Maybe the thing I was going to do was necessary anyway, but that'll do it. Okay, so that'll be the white dot. And so that will be a 1, and that will be a 9. And that was an absolutely lovely puzzle. Very cool idea there, Bearded Fool. I kept wanting to use that. What I was claiming was that there were no relationships of any particular type in this quadruple. Maybe I'll mess around with a version of this at some point that will be that. All right, but that is going to be all for stream today. So huge thank you to everyone for hanging around. Do please give us a thumbs up if you have not yet, and please consider subscribing if you have not yet as well. If you've hung around for all of this Yubon nonsense and other kinds of nonsense, we greatly appreciate it. Also, big thanks to those of you who support the stream. We do everything we can to sort of make it worth it to you by giving you emotes and letting you vote on puzzles and assorted other things. But anyway, if you would like to support the stream, please do so. We greatly appreciate it. You can always click the super chat button or the donate button or the become a member button. It on most forms of YouTube looks like a $sign thing, but you might have to poke around a little bit. We also have a Patreon if you prefer that. But huge thanks to everyone. And last but not least, thank you to our turbines, Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plonktime, and DDX. Thanks so much, everyone. Thanks for watching. I'll be back again on Tuesday at the same time. So I hope to see you then. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.